And that is working. Welcome everyone and good evening. Let me just check if audio is okay. Yes, that is looking good. Welcome. Today we have an unboxing of a printer that is large enough to block the sun, to block my studio lighting here. So that's a bit better. This is the Sigma D25, the BCN3D Sigma D25. It is a beast of a printer. I mean, that's all you saw in the preview right there. I honestly I don't know what to expect. I have the Sigma R17, I believe. Same idea, same dual-independent-X-axis. I do like that approach of doing dual extrusion, but I don't remember it being this big. So I think this one is twice the size. It's got basically double the width of a print bed, and it's quite a chunk. I don't know how I'm gonna unbox this because I mean this box is basically, I mean I can't even lift this off the table, so I'm gonna have to figure something out. Probably I'm gonna set this on the floor and then try and lift the printer out somehow. I don't know. Break at the forklift. Well, this is a basement room. I'd be very happy if I would be able to fit a if I were able to fit a forklift in here. Where do we start with this? Yes, disclosure. This printer was sent to me by BCN3D. They did not charge me anything for it, but I also don't get to keep it. So they're loaning this to me free of charge. I will need to give it back once I'm done testing. That's the deal with that. No further services, money, whatever exchanged hands. As Gerald Lennon would say, like, they did not get to preview this live stream or have any influence with it. We wrote a few emails back and forth and they were like, yeah, sure, we'll send you one. And this is that unboxing. What else? Yes, today's stream, I did want to have this a bit of a, already cut myself, fantastic. I did want to have the stream a bit more chill, a bit more relaxed. Been working on the next video for the last couple of days. So stream today or chat today is subscriber only. So hopefully that's gonna just make it a bit more comfortable to read through. So yes, let's get this out of here. I guess you can already see how this works. So basically, I don't want to, get this down because it's so heavy. You can already see how this works. So it's got one bed that just moves up and down. The bed is just on the Z-axis, and then it's got a cross gantry with two actually independent X-axis drives on there. There's one motor on either side, and then the tool head, and it's a Bowden extruder, so the extruder is in the back. The tool head is moving. Each of these tool heads is moving independently, so you can use those to do support, dissolvable support, which I find, doing that in a separate hot end is a much better solution than doing multiplexing like in a Prusa MMU. You can also do multicolor, and once, as long as that one hot end is not used, it's getting parked off to the side. But you can also do duplication or mirror mode. So basically you slice just one part for half of your build volume, and then the other toolhead just mirrors those commands, either like actually doing it in the same direction, so you get just a copy mode, I guess, or you can do two flipped parts of your same slice. So that's the idea with the IDEX system on the Sigma. Okay. I guess this will need to come down. So if I get knocked out, I mean, you guys saw it live on stream. Somebody can look up how heavy this thing is. Doesn't say anywhere in the box, but it's like right at the limit of what I can lift, and also it is a bit unwieldy. Okay. This stream is brought to you by green tea. Let me see. Top. Yeah, we'll just pull it out, and we can set it on 43 kilograms. Yeah. This printer actually came on a pallet, on a wooden Euro pallet, and it was wrapped in like cling film and stuff. This is already like partially unboxed, I guess. There you go. Oh, we do get some filament. That is nice. So the thing with this printer is it's still using 3mm filament. It's still using 2.85mm classic traditional filament, which honestly I'm not a fan of. I guess, yeah, with the Bowden system, makes sense, makes flexibles printable on this printer, even though it is a fairly long Bowden. But I actually don't. I have like 3 spools of 3mm filament. I think I have some PTG that I got with another Ultimaker style printer. I have some Flex that I think is, yeah, right back there. And I have like 2 spools of clear dust filament PLA, and that is it. And those spools for those spools of dust filament I bought specifically for using on the Sigma R17. What is that? That looks like a piece of glass. That is that? Okay, that is significantly bigger than what the old Sigma was doing. Like that, the old Sigma was exactly 1 sheet of A4 paper. So this, I assume, because this is from a Spanish company, I would assume. I would assume this is A4 paper. So you can see, like, that's how old the old Sigma print volume was, or bed was. So that is significantly bigger. That's like 10% extra on each direction, and then twice over. Are there any unboxing instructions? Yes, there are unboxing instructions. Remove the components from the foam and place them on a table. Got that. Remove the foam and the cardboard. Remove the lateral foam, and then proper area to take out the printer with your hand. Okay, so the top area. Lift the printer and then put it up on a table. Okay, we can do that. Is that the bed? Yes, that is the bed, which hopefully I haven't scratched. No, that is still looking prime. Okay. Okay, so that's the foam. Big old, sorry if that blew out someone's headphones. Big old PE foam. I do need to keep that because, again, I'm shipping this back. There's a... What are you? You look like Bowden clips or something, or shims? Tools. Box of tools. You get a sharpened chisel. You get a Kingston micro SD, a 32 gig. Wow, that's a nice card. Canvas Select Plus. V10 rated even. Wow. 32 gig micro SD card. I guess there are a couple files on there. You get a steel shim. I assume that is for bed leveling. Get a bottle of Magic Goo, classic Magic Goo, and the standard plies that everyone's including, spring-loaded. I will probably only use the SD card, possibly the Magic Goo or some glue stick. Again, I do need to give this back. Don't pull a Linus. Yeah, if I drop this, it's over. What else do we have? One more box that apparently is made by Sony. No PlayStation in there, unfortunately. Spool mounts, Bowden tubes, those will need to get installed. A Wi-Fi dongle. Ideal for Raspberry Pi. Does this thing run on Raspberry Pi? A quality cable, so that's an Ethernet cable. Okay, that's nice to see included. Random bit of filament. And some thumb screws. We will find out what those are for. That one is kind of throwing me off. Why are they including a Wi-Fi dongle? Interesting. So that goes there, that goes there. CE conformity declaration. Very nice to see. That is what actually legally needs to be included with printers sold in the EU, and that is great to see that they are including that. I mean, I didn't expect anything less from BCN3D, a European company. Skirts? Logo with BCN3D in there? Skirting parts, this is laser cut acrylic. That goes there for now. Copal filament, possibly. It's just a massive... Yeah, so the printer's right in there. There's just a massive hole in there. Yeah, you can see I just pulled off that top cover. You can just reach into the box right there. So more packing foam. I don't have a sponsor on this video, so I don't really have a sponsor segue, unfortunately. So I guess lift like that. Yeah, this one's, I mean, the Sigma R17, R19 was a heavy boy, but this one is, I mean, it is large. Make no mistake. Ooh, that is actually cut through. What is this? Okay, large printer, large bag of silica gel. That could be like two burritos or something. Wow. Okay, so this one is all empty, and there are only 3 corner pieces because I probably pulled one out with the printer. Oh yeah. There's that third one. That box is large enough to smuggle like 3 children over the border. Crazy. All right. Can I tip you up? No, I cannot tip you up. So I guess top perspective, yeah, you can see just a tiny bit of what's going on here. So, ow, don't put it on your thumb. Hi, come on. So, same idea. God. Okay, this does look absolutely massive in person. I guess like that. Yeah. Okay, already seeing a couple details that I did like about the old R17. So some upgrades that this thing now has is it's got better extruders. It's got genuine Bontic extruders on there, which was a massive weak point on the original one. And it's got hot ends made by E3D on there. It's not E3D V6s, but they're very similar. That was also a weak point on the original one where they just weren't all that great. It certainly worked, but yeah, there it is. And that's making it look small now. I was like, this is an 80 centimeter deep table. That's what, 2 feet and 8 inches or something. Okay, are you coming out yet? Yes, you are. Any more packing material? No. Okay, so we've got quite large, actually let me adjust this microphone real quick. There we go. We've got quite large priming trays. So over here there's like little rubber lips that actually flip off any bits of filament that get stuck to the nozzle, and that nozzle actually runs through that rubber lip. And then, so that's like that's the priming area over here. You've got this massive tray that can take up, you know, all those priming little bits. And that's actually the parking position all the way over here. So that hot end actually gets out of the way completely. And then as you need it, it runs over this little lip and just cleans the nozzle. That's nice. That's the hot ends right there. It looks like at least they're compatible to the old hot ends. I'm not sure if they're the same ones, but they're definitely compatible with what used to be in there. Another upgrade from the Sigma R17. is the bed. So the old one was using a PCB, if I remember correctly, a PCB heater or an aluminum PCB, I'm not sure, and then had glass basically suspended over it. And that left a massive air gap between the glass and the aluminum, and I did some thermal imaging. There's a full video on it where the old Sigma was just horrible. Like it had the temperature reading was way off. It took forever to equalize, and it was very uneven in how it heated because you had a literal air gap in there. Now with the D25, let me just make sure there's no styrofoam and stuff on here. I will probably need to wipe this down. Yeah, that's more like it. Clips in on the back, has little stoppers in the front, and then these little clips just swing around. I think that is basically identical to what the Ultimaker does. And it's a system that works very well there. And yeah, it's now a silicone heater attached to a 2.5 or 3 millimeter aluminum plate. It's not an aluminum PCB, it's an actual silicone heater. Interesting choice, but I guess making an aluminum PCB this size would have been pretty costly. Also, you still get the, where can you see those? You also get the indexed adjustment wheels here. You can see there's markings on top, and the firmware is going to show you how many clicks to turn each of those wheels to get the bed level. That is a feature I really liked about the original Sigma. Okay, so let's go ahead and check what else we need to do for assembly. Actually, hold on. Let me take a quick look at how large this thing actually is. Somebody was asking in chat. So size. There we go. So width of this entire thing is 420 millimeters wide by 300 millimeters deep by 200 millimeters tall. Now, of course, 200 millimeters tall is not a huge, like it's not a huge size for a, it's not, what am I trying to say? It's not a lot of print capacity, a lot of print height for a print of this size, but from what I'm printing, from all the prints that I'm doing is, it's like height is one of my least concerns. Look at this guy. This guy's 300 millimeters tall. I think I've only ever used the first 50 millimeters of that entire print volume, and I've printed like 2 or 3 spools of filament through it now. Same x-axis is secured. Nope, that's loose. So height for me is not a massive concern, and I'm very happy with 200 millimeters of height. Of course, everyone's use cases might be different, so that's just everyone's requirements that might be different to what I'm doing. And I need to swap back to OBS Studio. There we go. What did I miss? Not much, probably. So remove the components from the foam and place them on a table. We have placed them on a table. Remove the foam structures, remove protections, remove all the foam. 3 on the carriage, did those, and under the printing surface, already did those. Install the plastic covers. Take the plastic covers from the packaging and thumb screws from the accessories box. Oh, we don't get to use an electric driver. So those covers go... Oh, they go up here. Interesting. And in the back. So basically those are decorative covers that cover up like this side, and the back. That's why those plastic standoffs are in here. Interesting. Before we cover those up though, something unique I would like to show you, maybe. So yeah, this is still the same as on the R17, R19. This right here is an X-axis motor. Over on the other side, there's another identical but mirrored assembly like that. That's one of the X-axis motors. There's 2 belts running across the entire width of the X-axis. And then up here is actually where the driver sits for those. So that is a trinamic driver right there. So you don't have the stepper motor powered signal actually running all the way through the, well, it doesn't run through here, but all the way through the printer, but it's right there where it's needed. So it's like the length of wiring for the high power stepper signal is like 20 centimeters. No, hold on. What am I talking about?
Visit a chiropractor
Yeah.
after lifting that monster.
Yeah, right. I was getting confused because that motor moves, but the driver also moves. So that is sitting on the moving y-axis, basically. So you have a very short path of those high-power stepper signals. So that helps with electromagnetic compatibility, EMC. It also helps, I guess, with stepper performance. Also makes them really easy to replace. But they're getting hidden behind a shield, unfortunately. Those nice dynamic drivers. And thank you for the tip, John Clark. Thank you for the 50. Visit a chiropractor or a masseuse. Yeah, I'd need that anyways. Getting old. Man, 30 is taking its toll. Oh, they have fill on both sides. Oh no, that's going to be an unsatisfying one. I think I only have to peel one side though. So nice. Thumb screws. Those were in here somewhere, right? Yep. M3 thumb screws. 10 pack. Instant shear lock. Think 30 is bad. Wait till you hit 60. Yeah. Yeah. Nervous laughter. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need to rotate this just a bit. So really, these are just decorative panels. These don't really do anything, I guess. It's interesting because this D25, this is basically their entry-level printer, more or less now. There is the Epsilon, which is very similar actually in practice. The Epsilon is, I'm not sure if it's actually larger, but it is enclosed. It doesn't have an actively heated chamber, but they're saying the passively heated, so just from the heated bed, the passively heated chamber gets up to 60 degrees Celsius, which is quite a lot. They're actually not rating the Sigma for being capable of printing ABS. Nope. They're just rating it for PTG at most. They're saying, I think, flexibles. Yeah, flexibles, sure you can do. They're saying you can do PTG and PLA, obviously. But ABS, as well as polypropylene, nylons, aka PAs, etc., those are exclusive to the Epsilon, which has an enclosed build chamber. So, interesting to see. I'm not going to peel the film from the back. Interesting to see that there is a difference in what they are confident the printer will do. I mean, sure you can do. I mean, you can print ABS on the Sigma if you wanted to, but obviously it is not enclosed. And you know, best experience with ABS is obviously going to be in a fully enclosed printer. Not a satisfying slow peel. I'll try to do better on the next one. Sorry. This could have been enclosed so easily. Yeah, that's exactly what the Epsilon is doing. It's basically front is closed, and there's a top hood over it where the top is a bit extended. Though, I mean, I guess you could DIY and close it, but then again, if you buy a Sigma, you're probably not looking for DIYing stuff. Yo, can a mod please take care of the trolls? Thank you. Okay. So, last panel going on. Now, I did really like the setup process on the old Sigma R. I don't remember which one I have. I think it's the R17, because the screen and the interface on there is just really well done. It's really convenient. Obviously, this one has some sort of networking feature built in, and it's going to be interesting to see how they implement it, because the Cura, they have a custom Cura version that they're running here, which is very useful. I mean, it's one of those cases where I actually I would encourage companies to make their own version of Cura, simply because with the dual extrusion and with the switchover processes, etc., there's just so much custom stuff happening. You can do it with like tool start, end, etc. G codes, but just having that all pre-set up in a custom Cura version made specifically for the printer is, I think, a really good choice, and it's what made the R17 a printer that stood out a bit from, at the time, all the others that just had, maybe a profile used for Cura 15.06. So, right. Shall we plug this in? Is there anything else left to do? Let's see. Install printing surface, we did that. Fix with left, yeah. Take the glass printing surface from the upper protective foam. Well, when you take the glass out of the upper foam, you've already, you must have taken that out way before. Okay, install the Bowden tubes. Take the Bowden tubes and clips from the accessories box. Move the x-axis towards the front to work more comfortably, which is, I mean, comfortable is relative with this printer. Put together the Bowden cube with the clips. Okay, and then just clip everything in. So let's do that. Actually, let me show you the back of this printer. Because the back, so the way, yeah, that's still the same sort of. The way the old Sigmas had their spools mounted is they were just sitting in here. There was a bit of a cutout on the bottom tray. There was actually a larger cutout on the bottom tray here where all the dirt would get caught. So they've just made that a plain surface now. But there's still the same filament feed hole right there. So your spool's inside the printer.
Starting the Fisheye Lens Fund if you're going to be getting more of these big printers.
I'll get to that in a second. There's a feed hole right there and on the other side, and then on the back you have those Bowden tubes going in from the inside of the printer, going up here. That's where both of the extruders are sitting, and then we're gonna plug in. I guess there's Bowden connectors somewhere. Is that? No, that's a thumb wheel. There's Bowden connectors probably up here, which, yeah, right there. And then we're guiding them along the flat flex cables into the hot ends. So the extruders used to sit inside the body of the printer, which was a bit tedious to work on, to be honest. All right. I guess that perspective actually is a bit nicer. So yeah, thank you for the 10, Andrew Rogers. Starting the Fisheye Fund if you're going to be getting more of these big printers. Well, the thing is, I don't actually want more of these big printers. I am interested in the Sigma because I've used the old one, but I don't have the space for printers this big. This is already stretching what I can do. It was a chore to get this in here even. So spool mounts just clip in like that. Those just sit in there.
Nothing
and then
like
we
working
have
on my printer
printed.
watching you live unbox a printer. Smiley face.
We have printed Bowden clips. Are these identical? No, they are not. Or are they? No, they are identical. They just look weird. And then a couple of these also printed clips that tie together the Bowden tube to that flat flex ribbon. That's what those look like. Where's the focal point of that top camera? Yeah, thank you for the 5 Core F. These look, oh, these look used, tested even. Yeah, thank you for the tip, Core F. The thing is, these are already 24mm lenses. Like, it's already quite on the wide side to make this small studio look just a bit bigger. But yeah, maybe if I can work it out, maybe I want to build like some sort of a camera robot for in here. But that's still out in the future. That I don't know. I'm really gonna have to figure out like how I can find the space to put something like that in here. Would be really cool if you just had one camera, and that would instead of switching between cameras, that would be motorized and it could move around. I don't know. Maybe in the future, once I'm grown up. Those Bowden clips are tight in the back. There we go. Yeah, that Bowden coupling is really pre-tensioned. So if we go here, show you how those go in. One Bowden tube, another Bowden tube, huge aluminum block. And then that just pushes in right under there. Unfortunately, this thing is so big, it's making lighting in here really challenging. You know, that light is being blocked. I already added another light over here just because, like, it shades my lighting. So, yeah. 6-degree of freedom industrial robot, that is going to be too big. The thing is, there's that always has that sort of knee movement, and I don't have the space for one of those. I was thinking like a planar XY robot with a B and C axis. I don't know, with a motorized head on there that would ride on curved tracks, so we could do the overhead perspective as well. So, like, it would be able to ride from there to there, and then ride over here. I don't know, maybe. That would be the only solution that would fit in here. Okay, we've got the Bowden tubes in. We need the clips. So the clips need to go up here somewhere. So black on black. One here. These clips were a bit of a... There it is. These clips were a bit of a problem on the old Sigma because they would wear out. They would get loose over time. And I can definitely see that happening with these as well. Simply because they are printed parts and they are under tension. They're like actually clamping these together. So maybe as an improvement, I get, well, these are fairly simple printed parts. You could maybe not just have one that goes over one side like that and then just clips over things, but have like a counter clip going over it from the other side, so that it's just compressed properly from both sides. Maybe, but we'll have to see how much these stretch over time. Righty-ho! Using the printer. Online, I don't think we're going to do any networked printing today. Ethernet, Wi-Fi, yeah, well, we could. Gonna have to see how tricky that is to set up. Whether that is actually going directly into Cura, which I assume they're still using. Possibly? Is there even a... Oh, there's no drive included, just the card, okay. Whether that's just Cura that's sending G-code directly to the printer, or whether that's actually using some sort of a cloud functionality exclusively. So they're saying it does use BCN3D Cloud, and you need to register for that to use it. So that's going to be interesting, whether that's and how that works, whether that's something that's a paid service, a subscription service or something. It does like cloud slicing and some other stuff, as we've, whether it's a paid option at all, as we've seen with recent developments in the resin world, unfortunately, or whether that's something like PrinterBot's Printer Cloud, which was also cloud slicing, but kind of more I don't want to say open, but it was free. So we'll see. I would appreciate if this printer supported just direct upload through Prusa Slicer or through Cura. One last peel. Nice. Rhetoric do camera rigs, yeah, but not the sort of stuff that I want. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we powered up now. Before we print anything, we will need to clean the bed because I did lean on it. Maybe smear some... Oh, we're printing PLA. Actually, let's check out what colors we got. That's weird that... Look, okay. So, there's an 8-axis camera build there. Well, 8-axis... It's a bit overkill. Interesting fact here. So BCN3D filaments made by MCPP or enabled by MCPP is what they're saying. So Mitsubishi Chemical, formerly known as Dutch Filaments, if I'm not mistaken. Which is, I mean, if Simone Fontana is here, he'll know the story. But last time, oh yeah, Simone is here. Huh. Speaking of the devil, last time I tried to mention that MCPP is making filaments for brands. They kind of got upset about that. So it's an interesting detail that it's now so proudly presented on the box. It's good filament. I mean, it's just at the time MCPP, it didn't seem like they were too keen on people knowing that they produce filaments for brands. So yeah. Let me see what we got. These feel rather light. These must be like the starter spools or the starter cartridges that you get with inkjet printers. Kamaz, no, I have not abandoned live streaming. I do have the full live streaming setup. Like, why would I stop streaming? Okay, they are 500 gram spools. Both with a label saying this is PLA, this is an easy multi-purpose material, and it says apply Magic Glue adhesive on the build plate. So that's a print hint right there for how to use it. Classic blue and silver. I think that's the same colors that were included with the original Sigma. Do I still have this? I might still have the spools somewhere. I don't know, but I do remember the silver. I think the blue as well. I think that's still unchanged. It might be the BCN3D colors as well. And they do include a resealable bag that is nice, which I'm never going to use. But if you wanted to, you could. Is this one open source again? I don't know, actually. I would assume at least the firmware would be open source because I would guess it's still running some flavor of Marlin, but I am not sure about the hardware. Let's get this thing plugged in though. So power cord, standard IEC connector. I'm going to leave that in the box and use one from my vast assortment of power cords. It does have, yeah, it still has the circular on-off switch on the side. Let's unplug you then. Let's just unplug the Voron here. Running out of outlets. Any magic smoke? Hopefully not. Let's see. There we go. Whoa! That sprung to life. And it's booting something, so as... Oh, we have RGB lighting. So this is booting some sort of a Linux system, I assume. Thank you for the $4.99. We're nerdy is cool. Yeah, pizza delivers. People tried that in the past, but there's nobody around here that actually delivers pizzas. So thank you for that. I will get some food probably tomorrow, not today, because once I'm done here, everything's gonna be closed. Thank you. No startup jingle. I don't know if this thing even has a speaker. But yeah, we will need to check whether this has like a adjustable brightness. Let me see. Printer setup, screen brightness, because that, oh, goes even brighter. Okay, nope. That's better. Pretty dark from this angle, but apparently perfect for the camera. That's like a 6.5 inch or 6-inch screen, probably. So let me see. Any instructions on what to do first? Fans are pretty loud though. So that's what fans are those even? It's like in the bottom compartment somewhere. Turn the power on, getting started. Scan the QR code to be guided through the setup assistant for networking connectivity. Should I just full reset this thing? Or that QR code on the... Because there is a QR code on the on screen. Here we go. Setup assistant. Watch our videos to see how to run the setup assistant. I would just please like to Google that, because I'm not going to do that on my phone. Let me see what we can figure out here. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, there's a setup assistant point in the menu, but I just want to see like what BCN3D provide here. So Sigma D25 setup assistant. There's a manual, though I would prefer. Oh yeah, audio levels should be fixed now. I don't want the German manual, I want the English one. Main menu, print menu, okay, that's basically just showing you what's there. Oh, there we go. Unboxing. Unboxing, quick start guide, first setup. Let's do that. Print surface, choose the language, network connection. I actually feel like this printer should run some sort of first run wizard automatically. I feel like this one might have been set up and tested before. Actually, also looking at the, I mean, if I remember correctly, my R17 actually shipped with something on the build plate, so that was like a testament to it having printed, if I remember correctly. But the nozzles here, yeah, these nozzles have been used. So this printer has been used, tested. Like, I don't know if that's something that they do with every single Sigma, whether every single Sigma actually ends up pre-tested at the factory, or whether this is a cherry-picked machine, which I would not be too happy about, but there's no way of me verifying that. Elliot is booted up with the setup menu. Okay, can we reset this then? No, there's no full reset on this. Okay, let's just run the setup assistant, because that looks about right. you read German? Nah, not one bit, unfortunately. Oh, that is the... Okay, that's the QR code that the manual is talking about. Cool, and it has a URL. Nice. Let's just continue. Yeah, this should have come up. So this printer has probably been tested and set up before. Oh well. You're not connected to the internet. We strongly recommend... Nope. Visit cloud. Yep. Insert the code provided on your activation? Wait, what? Hold on, so I actually need to... I need to register this to use it? What if I turn it off? Because it was already running. It doesn't let me out of the menu anymore. Let me just see if we can do a... I would be very surprised if this was like a force activate to use at all. I would very much hope that the cloud service is something that's optional. So let's see again. We do get back into a usable menu, so let's see. Run setup assistant. Let's read these carefully. Welcome to the experience. Knowledge base. Okay, continue. English, yes. You're not connected to the internet. Fine. Visit to activate your product. Insert the code provided on the activation. Okay, see, there's no way... There's literally no way around activating it. Okay, I guess we're gonna need to... Can I like get back to the... There we go. Alright, let's do the activation then. There goes the hope of the firmware being open source. So cloud.bcn3d.com/activate. There's stuff on my screen, / what is it, 32L or I? 32I ESKO. Let's see what this is then. Invalid link. So that's a lowercase l then. Invalid link. Okay. Least of the least is saying calibrate the print surface. It'll run without the cloud service. Okay. So basically, if you do setup assistant, it'll require you to activate. Let's see if we can get printing without activating. That would be, because I've tried typing in the link twice and it's invalid. Either one of you guys has a capital K. Oh well. Either one of you have activated that, or that's the full setup assistant. I would like to do everything. Now, you know what? Let's try the assistant again. Let's try and register again. Because this is BSKO. Okay, because that's the way that it's intended to be used. And I want to see what that is. $32 LBSK. Where did the J come from now? LBSKO, then that's an IBSKO. No? 32 BSKO. LBSKO or IBSKO. Okay, how did it strip out that activate? Ah, there we go. Printer serial number, okay, that's there. Cookies, kind of like disable cookies, nope. Only use that block. And I guess chat buttons blocking that, okay. Email bcn3d@toms3d.org. Username Tom, full name Tom. Password, you guys gonna see this? No. I'm never gonna guess my password. When did you start using this printer? Now. This printer will be used for, I guess this is professional. Tools. I'm in entertainment, and I'm in like Germany. Follow the instructions in the email. Okay, 1 second. Just gonna check my emails real quick. Account verification. Click here to complete. Not showing that because that's my streaming computer. User confirmed. Okay. So theoretically, what are you? You are bcn3d@toms3d.org. Sign in. Okay, and there we go. There's our activation code 9813. 9813. You will be able to register to BCN3D Cloud later through the Utilities menu. Do you want to run the Setup Assistant? Yes, that's why I opened this entire thing. Load filament. We are loading PLA into extruder 1. Yep. And it's homing, it's doing something. What a great first time user experience. I assume this should have run the first run assistant by itself, and basically shown it automatically without me having to find it somewhere. But why do you need to register it? That seems quite odd to me. I mean, I guess professional, yes. That heatsink seems rather close. So yeah, the way that this homing process works is this tool head over here has a little micro switch on the back, and this one over here does as well. So back at the very back, right there, that's where a little micro switch is, and that's also how it does the nozzle leveling automatically. So it moved that tool head over a bit and actually pushed the glass plate onto the tool head, onto the end stop with a micro switch that's mounted to that tool head. So that's kind of nice. So load filament until you feel it stop, until you feel it, all the way in there. So a little more graphical instruction would be nice, but I mean, I've loaded filament before. And I do assume this needs to be cut at least with a bit of a point on it. And then you go on here. And then you go into the hole. And there we go. Oh, it's got a filament sensor and it's automatically loading it. That's nice. No interaction needed. That's quite a bit of filament that it's pulling in, especially with 3 millimeters. It's probably like a solid 20 grams or something that's in the printer. So the filament path starts here, goes along the side of the printer, comes back out the back, and then the extruders are sitting on the back, and then this is the actual Bowden path. So this is, oh, you can feel it clicking. Didn't extrude anything though. Press done when new filament comes out of the nozzle. Ah, there we go. Done. And actually, that was... Okay, no old filament color visible, so that's the first bit. I'm looking for like which color of filament might have been loaded in the nozzle before. Nothing visible there, so now press done or finish, so that's primed. Success. And then number 2, we're also loading PLA. And then I'm gonna cut this side just the same. This uses 3mm filament. Yes, it uses 3mm filament, consistent with basically its main competitor, the Ultimaker 3. Load the filament until you feel it stop. So same again. Drop the spool in, drop the filament in, feed it until it's starting to extrude. Where's the extruder motor in that assembly? The extruder motor is in the back. So, no, maybe. Well, that's where the extruder motors are. That's 2 extruders. I guess this is tension screws. And what are you? You're a... That's a multiplexing guide. That's 2 multiplexing guides on the bottom here. I don't know what those are for. Like nothing's gonna push filament into those. But yeah, that's where the extruders are actually sitting. So this is filament under tension. This is getting pulled in. And then here it's under compression. So this is where it's getting pushed into the hot ends. Oh, and I'm sitting on the... on my side cutters. And basically waiting for it to extrude. So these nozzles do have some indication of previous use on them. This one has a little gray dot on it. This one has like a little black dot on it of old molten filament. Oh, it was... And apparently they were printing clear before. So that's what we got out of this one. So the left extruder was, or left hot end was probably silver before, and then this right one was tested with clear. And yeah, these filament bits, they actually go into those trays. That's what those trays are for. Which E3D nozzle do they have in their PC? Burn is asking. They do not have an E3D hot end per se in there. Actually, I can grab these both open up to the left. I can grab a couple. I have the full set, but I can show you what they look like, because right there you can kind of see into it. So that is the hot end. It is a custom design that looks very much like a V6 with slightly different dimensions. So the mounting solution is different. So they're mounted from the top. There's two M3 screws that go in from the top. but it's functionally it's a V6, but the nozzle looks different. The heatsink looks different, the block looks different, but it's like the heat break, I think, is functionally the same. Vitor, thanks for the comment, but this is not a review yet. This is just an unboxing. This is just my first impressions of this printer. Review will be later. This is just uncut, unedited impressions of what the first experience is like. And everything that I run into, you guys will get to see as well. Like, that's the idea. There's no editing. Okay, and I think the screen brightness actually reset because this looks a bit too bright still. Okay, but you guys can read that, right? Press done to finish or extrude to extrude again. We are done. Success. Full printer calibration. Yeah, that's the point that I was looking for in the menu. Rain 303. 3003, yes, the hot end is made by E3D, and they are explicitly stating that. It is a hot end that's made by E3D, so it is using E3D components. Like I said, it's technically, it's practically, functionally, it's a V6. This process will calibrate the nozzle positions. It's recommended to calibrate these positions frequently and after any transportation. So we did definitely transport this, so that's exactly what I want. The build plate will heat up to operating or to printing conditions. This process may take a few minutes. And it's already 18% there. Time to whip out the FLIR! Unfortunately, it's glass, so it's not going to be super great. But you can try and get a thermal image of this thing. Maybe it's gonna be able to see through the glass. Are both heads running on linear rails and belts, or is one running belt and the other linear rail? What? Okay, not sure how that question is intended or what exactly you want to know, but. So this is the X-axis gantry essentially. So it's like a little U-channel steel beam. There's one rail. That's an MGN 9 by Hewin. Got Hewin engraved. They're running on the same rail, but there's two belts. So where is it? There it is. One belt, two belts. These are 2GT 6mm or 5mm. 5mm. Belts, and each one goes to a toolhead, and the motor for the right toolhead is on the right, and the one for the left is on the left. So these are two fully independent. It's not like a Core XY or something. These are two completely independent belts. Belt tension feels about right, to be honest. Can you put tape on the parts and part of the bed and then use the FLIR on the tape? I could, though, like, that wouldn't actually read all that much because, like, it's a pretty large belt. Let me see, dear FLIR, would you please boot up? So we are at 31%. That might take a while. Huh, okay, we are reading something. Let me just add another point here. Unfortunately, I cannot stream my phone. So, come on. Again, this might be like skewed by the fact that it's glass. Please rotate. Please zoom. FLIR app, maybe? Anyways, that's what that looks like. It's, oh, that's way too bright. That should be better. It looks like it has hotspots on the far corners, and then the front center is a bit colder, but it's not a lot. It's like 1 degree. So after heat up, it's probably going to be fine. Again, to actually test that, I would need to like fully heat this up and like spray paint the bed black. But I think, you know, the easier option would be to just you know, look at the aluminum, because that at least is brushed, so it shouldn't be that reflective. Flow-on Pro, by the way, for anyone that's asking. $400, but if you use it regularly, it's a pretty nice camera. Probably two 200-watt beds. No, it is. Well, here's the thing. It might be not kinking the power lines here. So it might be that the internal heating traces of the bed are arranged in some weird way, but it is one continuous silicone heater. Though if you look closely, ow, that's kind of heavy right there. Yeah, right underneath there, there's the center support pin with thread. Actually spring loaded, interesting. There's a center support in the, yeah, I guess because that's intended to push the aluminum up against the glass. There's a center support right there, and I guess they do have to lay the heating traces around that somehow so that they're not poking through the traces with that center pin, because that is a cutout in the silicone heater. 41%! Supposedly this entire printer takes 650 watts, but of course with a large print area that does take a bit of time to heat up. Is it a 3.3 volt heater bed? I don't know. %. Can you open the sides? How do you change filament mid-print when the bed is down? You don't. Like straight up, I don't think you do. Yeah, the thing with the sides is there's no opening these. So this is literally just one panel. That is like little decorative cutouts. Not sure what those are for. I guess decoration. And possibly adding some airflow to make this printer a bit less suitable for ABS. Not sure. But you don't open this. How would you get in to swap filament? Well, yeah, once the bed is down, you can't really get those out. Possibly, I don't know, possibly the entire carriage can move back far enough. Because right now this is at the front, and obviously if you move the bed up, that would collide. But possibly this entire X-axis gantry can move all the way back far enough to not collide with any prints on the bed. That would be my guess. That would be like a practical guess. But I don't know about that. With that size build volume and you know, only the capacity to load 1 kilogram spools, like that would be a bit of a problem to swap. For running out of filament would be a problem. Guess you could use those multiplexing things in the back. I guess, yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So if you fully spin this around. Oh, you're right, there's spool mounts right there. Ha! You don't need to mount it inside. I guess that's the way that it's intended to be used. So you can probably just, while this is heating up, this is at 48%, this is gonna take forever. You can just take the spool mount, okay, dump it on the back, and then load filament. These are, I'm too short for that. These are multiplexes basically, where the Bowden tube is on this side, and then this side is just open, and you can just feed filament in there. So that would most definitely work. If you plan on doing larger prints, just have the filament in the back. I guess it's convenient and nice and compact to store the filament inside the machine. And in cases where you just can't get to the back of your printer because it's like in a shelf or on a workspace or something that has 95, 96, 97%. If it's like on a bench that's up against the wall or something, you can't really get to the back of your printer. And this also makes it less deep in the back, I guess. Though that's an option to mount larger spools as well. The sides seem pretty thin, are they? No, they're like 3mm aluminum, so yeah, these are pretty massive. And that actually is the printer structure. So this frame is opening up a bit. I think the old one was welded a bit more nicely. This entire thing you're seeing, that is the exoskeleton of the printer. So calibration process. Yeah, you just saw what it did. Well, maybe you didn't see what it did, but it moved over here, it probed with one tool head, and then it probed with the other tool head in the exact same spot. So with that, it kind of gets an idea of how far these tool heads are offset from each other. And it does that apparently at each corner, and from what I remember, it should show me how much I need to adjust. So it does like the height adjustment automatically in the back, and then in the front, yep, as expected. And maybe we can dump the exposure a bit, so should have done it earlier. Unfortunately now stuff flickers. Well, it is what it is. Turn the knobs in the directions of the arrows. Yeah, that's what I really liked about the original Sigma. So the left one needs to be turned a quarter turn in one click, clockwise, and the right one 1/8 and a click. So if you do that, so this one is like that and 1, and then this one is, there's like a little notch in the aluminum base plate. Yep, little indicator notch right there, and we turn this one 1/8 and 1 click, and theoretically this should be perfect. I think that is a very neat leveling system. And basically now it's gonna check again. Yeah, when it did this on the R17, it did like three rows of this, or 3 cycles of this. So first it does that side, it checks with one tool head, parks the tool head over. Or moves the tool head back. Is this different now? Does the open spot in the multiplexer accept a Bowden? Scott Bennett, no it does not. The open spot in the multiplexer is just a chamfered hole. That's all it is. 2-layer 3D printer roll being inside helps it not to have humidity, possibly, though. Yeah, you can see like which belt does which there. Possibly it helps with humidity, but not really, because this isn't enclosed or anything. Like, should have the same humidity on the inside, though it is noticeably warmer. Yeah, this bed carriage has a cutout on the bottom, so it does radiate out quite a bit of heat, and the underside of that bed is not insulated. So yeah, I guess it does slightly dry your filaments if you're storing them in there. So basically, says we're good. Axes calibration. Z-axis left extruder. This process ensures good first layer adhesion on the left extruder. So this is basically first layer height offset calibration. Z-axis pretty noisy. Actually, let me check. Do I have noise suppression on? Yeah. If I go with the studio mode, should be able to show you guys what's happening here. Clean the nozzle with a cloth or metal brush. It's clean. I should be able to check. Noise suppression is off. Okay. Or is it? Oh no, hold on. I can turn this off. Now we hear the now we can hear the full noise of this machine, because essentially this is printer noise at this point. Apply a thin and uniform layer of glue on the entire build plate. On the entire build plate, and the build plate's hot. It's gonna be a lot of magic glue. Yeah. Doesn't sound like noise suppression is on. Well, noise suppression is now definitely off. If I turn this back on, this is with it on. This is with it off. So let's apply a thin layer of glue. No, hold. I need to stop studio mode so you guys actually see what I'm doing. Ah, you can put magic glue on while it's hot. Okay. Can someone make like printer noises while I do this? Trying my best to do like a nice infill pattern over here, but can't quite reach everything. And I think I might have missed a couple spots in the back there. I mean, PLA should stick to plain glass, right? That's how we were printing for years, and it was working perfectly. Just trying to make sure I cover everything. Like, again, should stick, but it's fine. Should have used gyroid. Yeah. Does that clip on? It does. Oh, it screws on. Okay. I'm stupid. That is magic glue. That is an adhesive specifically made to cover print beds like this, especially with glass. It does harden to a pretty hard surface, whereas glue stick will always stay kind of tacky and soft. So with magic glue, it might come off of the glass bed at times, but it's like when it sticks pretty well. That's going to be a goopy first layer. Well, it's going to dry off. So we did the layer of glue. So this screen, unfortunately, it does flicker. I did turn the exposure down, but now obviously it's too short to even out those little flickers. It does not flicker to my eyes. Yeah, it's not. I don't perceive any flicker here, but it does flicker. That infill pattern is shocking. Should have gotten that robotic arm. Vincent likes the UI. I also do like the UI. I think it's one of the best features of this printer. It's just so nice and clean. Without pressing on the platform, move the calibration gauge back and forth between the nozzle and the build plate. Use the arrows to lower or raise the platform until you feel some resistance while sliding. Okay, so basically... Now I guess I can turn the exposure back up. Oh, it's... Nope. There we go. Is magic glue water soluble? Yes. I believe so. So the calibration by default, I guess, is a bit high. It's like, holy crap, there's like 2 millimeters of space here. Oh no, okay, I did the same thing the last time. So the down arrow actually moves the bed down. And the up arrow moves the bed up. Okay, yeah, that's That's not what you would like intuitively. I guess if you look at it like a novice, you see, okay, there's something moving and you move the bed up and down, but like technically you're lowering the distance between the nozzle and the bed. Okay, until you can feel some resistance, yeah, that feels good. Thank you for giving me my my shim back. So shutter is at 1/100th. And it's interesting when the screen is clipping white, it doesn't seem to flicker, but as we close the aperture, that's actually all that's doing. Yeah, you can see it is flickering. It's temporal aliasing, whatever, it flickers. It flickers, and my eyes don't pick it up right now, but the screen flickers. That's what it is. 4,000 euro printer without auto bed leveling. Dennis, it does have auto bed leveling. It does have the sensors on the bottom of the tool heads, but because you have two tool heads, you do need to calibrate those two tool heads relative to each other, and auto bed leveling kind of can't do that for you. Basically, what you're doing with the shim is you are calibrating the nozzle distance, which you do have to do with auto bed leveling as well. So, yeah. Look, the other tool head is parked over there. It's hiding. So yeah, calibration does get it quite a bit more complicated once you have two tool heads. And it does do mesh bed leveling. It doesn't have much of a mesh though, because it can only probe really the side and the front edges, but it does have mesh bed leveling. So it printed a couple of lines, and it's asking me, hey, select the best printed line. Select the one that you like the best. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's in this orientation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which one do you like the best? Use the info icon for details. So too close, transparent or non-uniform line, filament well adhered and printing consistently, and bad filament adhesion with gaps. So what it's got here is, okay, so it did one line forward and one line back. I'm not used to seeing such thin tracks on the bed, but I guess that's intentional to highlight the details. It did 2 tracks. These have a gap, these have a gap, these still have a gap. These look a bit over squished, but they look the best. So I'm gonna go with option number 2. Option number 2. Number 2. And we do the same for the right extruder. Same process again. And it's going to use a different area of the bed. So that's the area where it did the left extruder. Obviously, then here it's going to do the right extruder. And theoretically, we're also going to need to do an X-Y offset calibration between the two nozzles. Just to make sure that, you know, because they have manufacturing tolerances, they're not going to be perfect out of the box. THHT, I mean, you can hear how loud the Sigma is right now. So the way the mic is set up, there's a shotgun microphone right here, and it's pointing my way. It's pointing like right at my chin right now. So it does pick up me and the printer probably equally. Now it can also switch. Oh no, I probably shouldn't switch to a different shotgun microphone up here, but yeah, the fans are incredibly loud for a modern printer. It's so Mark III inaudible in best case scenario. Silent mode is inaudible when you're in the same room. This very large presence, and it's not tool head or part cooling fans. It is literally just the static fan noise from the compartment in the bottom. Wow, that is tight with that heatsink. Four-minute benchy as the first print. I mean, I can try. Am I missing? Oh, sorry, printer was waiting for me. Apply a thin uniform layer of glue. I think we already did that. So I'm gonna call that good. I hate this tripod head. So basically that's where we're gonna get that tool head coming out in a second. Yeah, it used that tool head. You can see a little yellow right back there. There's like a little yellow dot. That's the micro switch that's probing the bed. Okay, we get to do our shim dance again. So I guess this time, correct direction, we're gonna move this up. And I can just about feel it catch. Maybe one more. Maybe one more. Maybe one down. Okay. No way this can print as fast. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a joke. This thing is never going to do a 4-minute benchy. Though they do have different hot end options. So the idea is you don't swap the nozzle, you just swap the entire hot end, because the hot end is relatively quick change. And if you don't swap the nozzle, you don't risk breaking the heat break. And also you have to buy a full new nozzle. You swap the entire hot end, and they do have nozzle sizes, I think up to 1.2? 1 millimeter definitely. Looks 3D. It is an all-metal hot end. It is functionally the same as an E3D V6. It is made by E3D. It's not exact E3D standard E3D V6 components, but it is very much functionally built like a V6. PC burn, yeah, steel shim included. Actually, do I have my... No, measuring equipment is all next door. I'm not going to grab that. This is fairly thin. I mean, you can include a metal shim. I think Ultimaker does too. You could also just use a piece of paper. Like, yeah. There's different solutions to the same problem. Oh, did you just hear that? That was actually the nozzle cleaning function of that little lip, knocking something off. I'm gonna go with... that's a tough one, because the center one is just not touching, has lines just not contacting each other, but the one to the left is already kind of squeezing apart. So I'm gonna go with the center one this time. And yeah, so this one definitely was a bit further down than this one over here. 2 benches at the same time. Yeah, we could do that. Maybe if you print 2 minutes in 2 benches in 8 minutes, like that qualifies for a 4-minute benchy, right? But then again, this is like 2 printers in one, so technically it's a bit of cheating. What are we at? Axes calibration. Ensures proper calibration of proper positioning on the x-axis. Yeah, let's calibrate. Glue, if you apply glue stick every time it tells you to, you're gonna have such a thick layer on the bed in the end. More like 80 minutes with this. Yeah, standard benchy time, I guess. BCN3D have dropped all other nozzles. Limited types of filament on this printer seems a shame for a professional grade machine. Huh. I thought you could do like regular nozzle swaps on this. Let me just check what the material choice says here on Matter Hackers. Links in the description if you want to get one. Though I wouldn't blame you if it's a bit out of your budget. This is a $4,000 printer. Okay, that's interesting. So on the Matter Hackers page, it says it's compatible with PLA, PVA, which is support material for PLA, PTG, TPU, ABS, PP, and polyamide, PA. So those last 3, ABS, polypropylene, and polyamide, I thought those were only like officially greenlit for the enclosed epsilon. On the Matter-Hackers page, it also says PPGF30, so glass fiber reinforced polypropylene, PAHT, which I assume is a high temperature nylon, and CF15, probably a carbon fiber reinforced nylon. You can print with Hot-End X, so I don't know what Hot-End X is for this printer. Sounds like Nozzle X for the Sigma. Not sure. But that's interesting that if I don't know if I remember this correctly, but I think in the description from BCN3D, it did not claim ABS, PP, and PA for the Sigma, only for the Epsilon. No, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in that. So what it's doing right now is it printed a set of lines with one nozzle, all facing this way. Maybe we can do that. Nope. Yes. Printed a set of lines with one nozzle. You can see the silver lines are the left nozzle, and then it's going to print a set of lines with the right nozzle in blue, and those touch each other. So it's basically like a vernier, what calipers have. Scale where, okay, if this is touching each other like that, it's too far off to the other side. If it's like that, it's too far off one side. So basically you're looking for them to touch each other perfectly in the center. And that's exactly what it's going to ask us here on the screen in a second. Once it's scrolled all the way down. Vernier scale, yeah. Does polypropylene require an enclosure? Well, it's probably best printed in one. So it's the same thing from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. Basically, this is just best judgment from me. I would say they're pretty good, but I'm gonna go with 6, I think. 6 looks like it's just a bit better aligned than the others. And we're doing the same thing for the y-axis, so it's exactly the same process, again, just in the other direction. $4,000 a not using Trinamic on the z-axis is a sin. I don't know what driver it's using on the z-axis. I know it's using a Trinamic on the x and y, but it could just as well be using Trinamic on the z-axis and just using a motor that is not optimized, or that the drivers don't really like all that much. Let's see, tech specs, BCN3D. Actually, let's do this on this printer so we can show you. See, it doesn't matter while printing. Yeah, that is very much true. English. So yeah, same printing process again, but now on the y-axis. Sodium sports multi-material. I doubt they're gonna give you like technical details on. I mean, they do give you technical details on. It's a Bondtech extruder, which is something, and somewhere else it also says, hey. There we go, it's E3D Hot-End. Interesting way to spell E3D though. But it's the E3D we know. 5 inches. It's a lot bigger than that. It is actually E3D. It's not like some E3D knockoff. take a closer look. Looks, technical specs. Give me those specs. 2 years warranty in the EU. Toradex ARM compute module. So it's not a Raspberry Pi, it is something else. BCN3D Linux, and it's using Marlin on the real-time board. And it has independent stepwarders, which, I mean, you would assume. Still runs G-code, so obviously you can slice your own stuff. 0.4 millimeters and 0.4 as an option. And yeah, as I thought, so this is the datasheet for the Sigma. It is not claiming ABS, PP, or what was the other one? PA. So this one is not officially greenlit for ABS. That is noisy. For ABS, polypropylene, or nylons. It does cap out at PTG, and you can print the 98A, which is like regular hardness TPU. It's not particularly soft. Well, it is on the A scale, so I guess it is a bit softer than what is the standard 95D. Yeah. Open filament system, so you can feed in your own 2.85 millimeter filament if you can find it. 38 kilogram shipping box. 300 degree extruder, so it is all metal, and heated bed also caps out at 80 degrees, which does make sense because it did take quite a while to heat up to the temperature just for printing PLA. 650 watts total consumption. So we are done with the y-axis calibration, and what is this? From the back to front, so back is 1 and front is 10. I'm gonna say 4 on this one. Hold on, where's that 5? That's 5. I'm gonna go with 5. And we're done, we're calibrated. Nice. Insert SD card. Let's see what's on the SD card. Maybe we have something that has like print times on it. How do you slot in? You slot in at an angle. Oh, that I don't need to turn down the camera. I can turn down the SD card's empty. That's interesting. I can turn down the screen brightness again. Better. So change hot end. I just wanted to see if it has the options for the different... Oh yeah, there it is. So you can turn the filament runout sensor on or off, but you can also swap between 0.4 or 0.8. I mean, you can definitely manually swap the nozzle, but I would assume their idea is just get the other hot end so you have something you can swap back and forth easily without breaking the heat break. It remembers which filament is loaded, I think. So it should remember that it's PLA on the left and on the right. Move platform, so you can manually move the bed around. Hot end cleaning assistant. Auto-tune hot ends. Interesting. For hot ends that they know exactly what's going to be in there, to have an auto-tune in there, that's an interesting option for sure. And then calibration. There is mesh mapping, which I believe it has done, or it should have done in the setup assistant. Leveling we've done, axis calibration we've done, offset adjustment we have also done. So this thing should be ready to print. So what we're gonna try is volcano nozzles. Well, I don't know if that's supposed to be like an easy option to add your own hot ends. Which would feel kind of out of place on a machine that is like trying to so streamline you onto the process that they have. Yeah, it is PID tuning. That's what I would assume it is. So let me see what we have on the SD card. I would assume there is a Cura installer on there. Let's see what we get. Nothing. literally nothing on the SD card. That is the first time that I've seen a printer ship with an empty SD card. No sample G-codes, no installers, no anything. So I guess we're gonna grab the freshest installer for the BCN3D Sigma. Let's see, BCN3D Sigma Cura, that's what I'm trying to say. BCN3D Cura, support. Sigma D25. Software, there we are. I download? Oh, ProGen, so that's profile generator. Yeah, I remember that. And there's also profiles for Simplified 3D. Slice with Cura. You can download from here. I would just like to download. Oh, okay, so you need to actually register for this, and I don't want any ads on this. Hold on, 060? 6 middle numbers from the serial number. Where are you? Are you on the front? No, it's in here. 210107. 210107. 210107. And then unit is 0186. Gimme. And if BCN3D end up blocking those serial numbers, I mean, okay. Cura should be, Cura should be, what license is Cura under? So, theoretically, if it's GPL or any other, oh, I'm just noticing that camera is quite far tilted up. Cura is under an open source license, so I would assume signed by BCN. I would assume that distributing the installer or giving you guys access to the installer would not actually be something that's like a license breach or something. They can put it behind a registration or a serial number wall, but I would be able to share it with you because it is an open source software. So let's just see what the installer tells us. Welcome to the setup. Hi Prusa Slicer. Hi everything else. Upload queue. Click next to continue. GNU LGPL. Okay. Yes. Nah. Dark mode Cura? Don't know if Cura does. Does Cura do dark mode? Possibly, though. I do try and leave the software on these live streams in bright mode because it's easier to read for some people who have issues with their eyes that isn't just, you have to wear glasses to correct for them. I know a buddy who has quite distorted the lenses in his eyes, or the cornea, actually, not the lenses. The cornea is pretty distorted on his eyes, and he's having trouble reading like dark mode stuff like this. So I will try and put this into bright mode because I know it's easier for some people to read, or it might actually be impossible for some people to read dark mode stuff. Low contrast dark mode on top of this even. So we've got the D25, and that's it. Okay, that was easy enough. So we have the full 3D model for build plate. Actually, view light mode. Can we not swap into light mode? That's the settings. Huh. Is that the same? Yeah, that's the same one. Oh, if you swap into Ultimaker theme, okay, I guess that should plop it back into... No? Okay. I guess we've got it in dark mode then. But do we have to... Oh, we have to restart this. BCN. Okay. Theme. There we go. That's nice and high contrasty. Okay, so what do we get? Actually, can I hide myself here real quick? Because you guys don't really need to. Ha, okay, I guess like that make myself really small? Can we do that? Can we still get audio? I think that should be okay, right? Just a little smaller. Basically, yeah, I'm very small now. So right, Extruder 1, Silver PLA, it's the E3D 04, and then in the right one we have the BCN3D filament. We have PLA, we have dark blue. Thanks everyone for, by the way, for where did the dark blue PLA? Dark blue, okay, I'm blind. Okay. Thanks everyone for pointing out that there was no sound. Appreciate it. Do you need to shout since I'm in the corner now? Alright, print setup recommended custom. We're just gonna stick to recommended standard, print mode regular. So we can select the mirror duplication modes right there. 20% infill sounds reasonable. Please load a 3D model. So this is, I mean, this is basically standard Cura, right? What does it say in the About page? Cura by BCN3D, developed by BCN3D. Yeah, okay. Not a full search and replace. Yeah, so Ultimaker. BCN3D has always been good about making a custom Cura version. Multicolored tree frog. Oh yeah, that would be nice. I can still see you, yeah. So let's do the multicolored tree frog. Multicolored, can you... I mean, okay. Litora multicolor. Multicolor. Actually, this is the one that I want. Thingiverse. So, fingers crossed Thingiverse is working. Thingiverse is working. Okay. I would not like to see those ads, but okay. Why are there so many forks of Cura and not of Prusa Slicer? I guess Cura has just traditionally always been hollow. Two color what? Big, small? Okay, let's grab all of those. Cura has always been like the default choice for low cost printers where you can just supply a Cura 15.06 file and you know, that would be your recommended slice in that case. Yeah. But perhaps that stuck around. I don't think it would be any harder to customize. Pressure slicer in particular. So these are all assigned to the left extruder at this point. So why hollow? Why are some of these so big solid? Where's my file details? Oh, I need to press slice. Oh, I forgot it doesn't do background slicing. Okay, but if you go into X-ray, why are some solid and not? I guess let's just do the small one then. So how does this work? We delete you, do I need to, how does that work again? Shift? No. Select all models. And then we do group models? Merge models? Group models? Ah, God. That wasn't it. That was not it. How do you do dual extrusion again? Somebody in chat can help me out. Solid is the main model, okay. I guess I would also need to, so small solid and small hollow. You picked mirrored mode. I did not pick mirror mode. So basically I want you to be right extruder. If I just push you on top, nah, that's gonna auto. Center each merge. So I do need to merge, but if I do merge, oh, it does work. Okay. I do need to do merge. I thought because it was getting pushed off. Hey, let me turn on background processing here. Slice automatically, because like that is so annoying having to click that button when you're used to it doing it automatically. Center both, center each. Yeah, that I mean, that looks as good as it gets. Slicing. What Cura is still running? Oh, it's Creality Slicer, which is Cura.exe, so... thankfully, this version of Cura does not conflict with the other versions of Cura that are already installed. So, on this laptop, there's now BCN3D Cura installed, there is Creality Slicer, which is Cura, installed, there is Elegoo Cura, Elegoo Slicer installed, and between the Elegoo Slicer and the Cura and the Creality Slicer, those two apparently use the same config path, whether it's the default or whether it's just the same custom path that they happen to use, I don't know. Might also be that the Elegoo one uses the Creality path, and likewise, not sure. But when you open up Elegoo Cura on this machine now, it complains about profiles being in there that are incompatible, which are the Creality profiles. And vice versa, when you open up Creality Slicer, it complains, hey, we found some... Holy shizzle. We found some files that are incompatible with, or some configs that are incompatible with our current version of Cura, where, you know, the Creality one complains about the Elegoo printers that are in there. Thankfully, that is not the case with this one. 7 hours. Whew. I mean, I guess we do 7 hours. This is why we don't enable auto slicing. I mean, there's nothing that's gonna speed this up, right? It's just gonna be 7 hours of printing. I'm just gonna leave the stream running and I'm gonna stop it tomorrow morning. Let's check out layer view then. Oh, and it's printing a prime tower. Wow. So last time I used the Sigma, it did not print a prime tower. It just literally moved the it moved the hot ends to the sides. It primed in here, and that was the end of that. Ow, that's still hot. Whew. It just primed into the trays here as intended, and it did not print a prime tower. That's interesting though. Huh. Okay, but that's the recommended profile. Like, that is literally stock stock settings here. 177 layers. It's got quite a bit of shell going on. It's got like 4 walls. Why are you so solid? Look at that. That's 4 walls. Wow. I'm gonna stick with default settings now. I'm not gonna change any settings, especially for the very first print. That's something that has not worked out too well in the past. I will, however, clean off that bed before we do any printing on it. Why are you not turning off though? Yeah, that's still very much stuck on. Can I? Where are you? Temperatures? Build plates. So these are still kept at temperature, full temperature, 195. I guess I press somewhere and it cools down, yeah. Thankfully these do come off fairly easily, so I'm not going to need to let these cool down too much. Oh, well, this one's pressed down pretty well. I'm going to do the full 7-hour print. I will... Does he have a robotic camera gimbal? No, it's literally me reaching out onto the tripod and moving the tripod around. Just a fluid head. Looks very smooth. Plus image stabilization and stuff. I'm just going to print this as is. It's going to be what it is. I can set a timer on my Stream Deck to end the stream in 7 hours, and this stream's just going to be, I guess, 9 hours long then. What's the print mode setting? So regular is just regular dual color, or you do, you print one model with one nozzle and then it prints the other model with the other nozzle. You can do mirror, where you print basically the same model twice and it creates another copy somewhere else on the bed. So basically left half of the bed is one nozzle, where it prints the object, and then on the other side it prints with the other nozzle the same object but mirrored. And then duplication, same thing, left half is one nozzle, right half is the other nozzle, and you basically get 2 parts where you have your tool heads actually, the y-axis movement is going to be the same, but the x-axis movement is either going to be this or this. So duplication, those two move in sync, or mirror, those two move basically mirrored. Right. Am I doing a raft? No. Cura is doing a raft. BCN3D's default settings are doing a raft. 20% infill, 4 shells, fat brim. It's not a raft, that's just a... Ooh, didn't want to move that. Sorry. Not a brim. Actually, let's recenter you. And we're going to just save that once it's sliced. What is the printing speed? We can check the settings here real quick. One moment, please. As Cura crashes. Okay, let's try again. What hot end does it come with? It comes with an E3D made custom hot end, functionally basically a V6, but it's not a V6, doesn't look like a V6. It's very similar to a V6 and it's constructed in exactly the same way basically. Okay, let's try this again. Small, hollow, small, solid. And then, yeah. I would very much like an isometric view on this. This perspective view is kind of weird. but this one's going to be right extruded, so that's going to be blue. And then select all and merge. And actually, I think this is looking towards the back of the platform. So let's rotate you around. I was wondering why it would be printing the prime tower in front of the model. So let's do a full 180 turn. And yeah, you can see the prime tower is now being printed in the back. Chrome 49 tabs? Nah. Let's check speeds then. Okay, print speed 45. And that, you know, since we don't have all the options visible, but that gets broken down to like perimeter speed and infill speed, etc. But base speed is 45 and 200 foot travel. And this is at 0.2 millimeter layer height. Okay, save to removable drive. This is old Cura. Well, this is the Cura that is set up for this printer. This is the official Cura that is supplied by BCN3D for this printer that has all these settings, all the independent X-axis movements set up for priming the two independent hot ends. It's got the mirror mode, the duplication mode, regular, all that. That is in there for this specific printer, and that's added in there. So I don't know when that's going to see an update to 4.0, but as always, I try to use the printer as it is supplied by the manufacturer. I don't do hardware mods for reviews, because again, once you start modding stuff, you can turn any printer into anything. You can turn an ANIT A8 into a fantastic beast of a machine if you just mod it enough. So that line is incredibly hard to draw, where to start, where to stop. So I do not do mods on printers that I review. Same thing with software, like using a different slicer, that is like borderline going into, hey, this is a mod to the printer. So I use the stock software and stock profiles as much as possible, simply because that is the experience that, well, most people are going to have, right? Most people are not going to go in and tune settings, or, you know, go online and look for the best settings and then try out a bunch of different ones, especially for printers that are, you know, labeled as professional, like this Sigma. This is a $4,000 or 4,000 euro printer. You know, those users that buy this printer are not going to go in and, you know, check Facebook groups for, hey, Mr. Nerd 69 from wherever has posted a new profile and promises for everything to be better, if there's a chance that it might screw up their machine and might screw up productivity. Come on. You are sticking too well. If you stick too well, I'm just going to leave you on. Okay. This doesn't need to come off all the way because, like, you know, yeah, we're going to be printing on top of it anyways. The bed is still warm, so this stuff still sticks a bit better than if we had let it cool down completely, but anyways, yeah, that's not really going to come off. It's going to squeeze down fine. It's printing a huge brim anyways. Right, so we've got the file on the SD card. We've got the bed reasonably clean. Magic Goo is still on there. We're going to watch the first layer. And I guess that's all that I'm going to be able to do today. So, print. Do we get... Oh, we don't get any previews. We don't get any previews. Come on. No print previews. You do get settings, though. Light intensity. So it's RGB LEDs, but... yeah, it is RGB LEDs that are already coming off. But you can't control the color. Does it, like... does it control it itself? Like, does it light up red if there's an error or something? Okay, but for now, it is just heating up. So, standard settings you get everywhere. Left extruder for, well, if you have a dual extruder machine. 49 degrees on the left one, 47 on the right one, 49 on the bed. That is what's heating up right now and what we're waiting for. 100% print speed. That's a nozzle or a heater block with like little speed trails. Temperatures, you can adjust them, but that's going to get overwritten by the print files after the first layer anyways. Advanced settings, you can set the print speeds, but again, that's probably going to get, well, flow rates, you can set the fan speed, sorry. Fan speed's probably going to get overwritten by the settings in the G-code. Flow rate, that is going to be something you can set speed as well, and that's going to stick. I'm not going to push its speed today. I do want a print to be complete at some point. So we're still in settings. Yeah, by default you just get pause, stop, and settings. So we're just going to let this go. We're just going to let this print. Very wimpy heated bed. I mean, the scale does kind of throw it off because this bed is just massive, but the way it's built, it's got the same clips on here as the Ultimaker. It's got some more clips in the back. This is a 3.5 millimeter roughly glass. Let me get a scale in here. So yeah, that's 2.5 millimeter aluminum and a 4 millimeter glass. Looks like 4, yeah. 4 millimeter thick glass, which I think is a good size glass. Any thinner and it's going to be at risk of breaking. Any thicker and it's going to be a huge thermal mass, a huge insulator, and a lot of extra weight. 4 millimeter is good. 2.5 millimeter aluminum, it's fine too. Now, is it flat? From what I can tell from here, yeah, mostly. Well, actually, let's assume this thing is flat and just put it on here. Yeah, that's pretty good, though it is riding up in the center a bit. Same here, so I do think the... Yeah, here it's low in the center, so I guess just there's a hump towards the middle, ever so slightly. There is a spring right here that pushes the aluminum bit up against the glass, so I guess that's what we're seeing here. And there is another... Yeah, there's another spring back here, but there is no spring up front here. There's like a thread. There's a thread up front here as well that I can see, but there's no spring mounted there. There's also no cutout in the hold on. Are you pushing against the silicone heater? I'm gonna get some light in here if I manage to. Phone, why are you turned? Why is my phone upside down? Come on. That, I'm gonna have to take a closer look at that, but it appears that the support spring is actually pushing against the silicone heater, which isn't a problem if there are no traces right there. Usually the way that those traces are laid out is they do have a like a safety radius against or away from any cutouts. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. So yeah, the bed is not totally flat. I'm gonna have to see how well that works out for doing larger prints, because the way that the tool has have the end stops, or the Z probe micro switches in there, that can't really measure too much as far as mesh leveling goes. So I'm gonna have to do a large print and just see how well that works out. And we're... Oh. Are you scraping? Nope. Looks like the nozzle is fairly low, but... Ugh. Okay, we're just gonna have to see like what the... Ah! Can we do like a live leveling or something? Nope. Nope. We can change the flow rate, but we can't change the nozzle height. So I'm gonna prop this tripod up just a bit. Z height does look good, but okay. Oh, hi there. Why are you so bright? Where are you? There you are. And we don't need to be doing tracking, autofocus, we need to do manual. I believe that is purely resonances from the frame. Nozzle does look to be ever so slightly low, but there's no... Like, it's extruding just fine. If it was too low, it would be blocking the nozzle and we'd be getting issues with skipping and stuff. Does not sound good. Hold on, so what we can try is if I like slightly flex down the bed. Yeah, that doesn't sound any better. I mean, the amount of material extruded is... I mean, it looks like the nozzle is just too low, yeah? But the noise does not change at all. So... that is... machine resonances. Where is that? Yeah, you can feel the thing resonating. Ah, I guess having like panels like these doesn't help either. There's a lot of like thin sheet metal parts. Like this tray is relatively thin. It just all acts as a resonator in the end, I guess. The first layer looks okay. Is the 3mm side panels possibly acting as a resonance chamber, but well, resonance chamber. Ooh, why are you? One thing I'm noticing just now. So if you look at the bottom of the printer, the old one had a vacuum formed, I think, tray in the bottom here with cutouts for the spools and stuff. This is just one big piece of acrylic on the bottom now, and this is fairly warm. Like this is, it's probably just from the bed, but also in the back here, this is a separate piece of acrylic, and it's kind of sticking up here as well. And you can see like how much the depth of those screws change when you press down on it. That does not feel very nice, but well, if it performs well, then that's all that matters. Electronic systems are below. Yep, all the electronics are in the bottom compartment, and I believe you actually opened it up from the top because there are a bunch of screws and washers up here. I assume you take those out and you have access to the full electronics. Power also goes in on the back here. Where is networking actually? Yeah, okay. Networking and USB host is on the far side on the rear of the printer. So on that corner back there, power's on that corner on that end. So all the electronics are in the bottom. There's no other place that they could fit. But as I showed earlier, there's one neat little trick where the you can't see them anymore, but the trinamic drivers for the X-axis motors, which you can see on the bottom here, those are actually behind this panel. So they're riding along in this carriage here, and they're right behind here. So the distance, the wiring distance of the X-axis motors is very short, though, like, doesn't sound like it makes much of a difference. It should all be trinamic drivers. I think that was one of the big features of one of the Sigmas in the past. Are the LEDs RGB? Yes, they are RGB, but you cannot control the color. They're just always lighting full blast. I don't know if it was the same on the old Sigma or on the Ultimaker, but one of those printers also had RGB LEDs that were just all lighting at full blast and therefore looking kind of bluish. You can see that typical RGB LED white, where the blue LEDs are just brighter. By the way, that color behind it is a full teal. So yeah, it is a pretty blue white that you're seeing. Actually, if I stop this down, you can see how much whiter that is compared to or how much bluer that is. That is a 5600 Kelvin video light. And then that is the LED color from the RGB strips. You can kind of see the individual colors even. But yeah, there is the print happening. Can you compare it to the Race 3D E2? I don't have a Race 3D machine. I've never tested one of those. They seem to be more focused on the US market. Though, honestly, you can't get them in Germany. I don't know. Yeah, I've not tested Rays. I've heard good things about them, but I've never tested one myself. Busted bearing somewhere? Not necessarily. It's just, you know, a lot of metal parts that like to resonate. So front fan of the extruder not needed. So that's the part cooling fan. I assume this one on the side. Yeah, that one's spinning. That's the part cooling fan, and that is always turned off for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. Very common to not see that spinning on the first layer. In fact, I was gonna say, like, it looks like it's got some fuzz from PETG printing, but it does not. So for the first layer, it's totally normal for that to be off. And the noise does not seem to be coming from the toolhead itself. It actually seems to be coming from somewhere on the sides. So this assembly here somewhere, and over there. Also, one thing I guess I should also mention, the X and I don't know what the Y motors look like, and I can't actually see them. But the X-axis motors, these guys over here, they've got a heatsink on them. So right down there, right behind that part, right there, that's a heatsink on the motor. That is, I mean, it's something that is raising a couple red flags. Like, why does the motor need a heatsink? Typically, you don't need to, especially on a printer like that speed, you don't need to set your motor currents that high that you actually need to cool the motor, even passively. Like, I mean, looking at the Warren behind me, that thing hoons and the motors just get barely warm at all. So why does it have heat sinks on the motor? That's kind of weirding me out. But yeah, extruder swap. So basically, it primed over into the tray right there. That's the little lip that wipes the hot end. And now it's using the right extruder. Left extruder is parked over there, just out of sight, and it's doing a. Let me just check the layer view again. Yeah, so it's going to do 2 outlines of the brim, and then I think on the first layer, is there anything? Yeah, it's already got some internal structures that it's going to print. Why can I not zoom? Anyways, it's doing that. It's doing some internal structure, and then it's going to switch right back to that first nozzle over there. Is it priming twice then? Yeah, so it is going to be printing a prime tower, which I don't think it needs, but it does. So it primes into the trays on the side, and that's just what you could get away by just priming into those trays, and I think that's what the old Sigma did. But it's also going to be printing a priming tower in the back of the print. Maybe just default option, extra insurance, but should not be needed at all. What am I missing? What magic was used to get the print to stick? Well, it was magic goo. Haha. But yeah, PLA does stick to glass pretty well. That's how I've been printing for years. This is magic goo on the bed, and it works pretty well, but probably not needed for PLA. It is a nice release agent for PTG though, if you ever decide to print PTG on this machine. Because if you print PTG directly on the glass, that glass won't be very usable afterwards. Let's just say it like that. Cell Roblox are really good, yeah. Cell Roblox, I did review that printer. I had that on loan from All3D. It was a printer that was probably ahead of its time, but a couple interesting concepts in there for sure. Power cooling fan is just from the front, yeah. So the side printer, so on this side over here, I can rotate the printer because it should be massive enough to show it. Wow, that's actually a nice shot with the rotation there, huh? So the fan on this side back here just blows straight over the hot end, and it blows out this side. There's no air guide or anything. And then the front fan, you can see that little lip, that little kicker it has down there, that just blows over your part. But yeah, the fan that you see going on the opposite side there, on the right side of the tool head, just blows over the hot end, comes out the side. And that's actually a pretty good view of that E3D made custom hot end that, again, basically functionally is a V6. I should go into like commercial video making. But probably not. If I need to keep spinning. Oh, there it goes. So we're now in layer 2. Yeah, if it means that I need to spin printers around that much. No silicone sock? That is correct. There is no silicone sock on this hot end. Waiting for Tom confirmation on what? Those are really slim linear rails. Those are regular. Actually, you can see the engraving right there. Those are regular high wind, He-Win, over there pronounced MGN9. This is an MGN R9C. A05 LT100 or A06 LT100. I can't read it, it's moving around. What? Oh no, my LED panel ran out of power. What are we gonna do? Did it overheat? That was my extra light that I had for today. Yeah, probably ran out of power. then I guess I need to turn up this one. Oh, you already turned up? No, you're way turned down. Turn up this light. Thankfully, I do have a few in here. That should be a nice fill. Sure, that might be too much. Yeah, that's better. MGN9, yeah, it is an MGN9. What gantry is it using? So the way that this thing works is it's just a regular x-axis stacked on top of a y-axis. So on the sides here, unfortunately, that's a 12mm lens on Micro Four Thirds, so it's 24. Too narrow. But on the sides here, it's just another MGN9 with a regular y-axis drive, and then it's just the x-axis stacked on that. So really, it's not an HBOT, it's not a Core XY, it's just a regular XY system with moving x-axis motors. So there's one over here, one over there. So those x-axis motors are moving mass that need to be tooted back and forth. And then the z-axis is the bed itself that moves up and down. There's a switch over, so it does a bit of a prime on this side. You can see the filament kind of coming out right there. And then it goes right back to printing, and it does print the prime tower first, which is unnecessary, but okay. Does the UI have the option to crank up the speed? Yes, it does, but I'm not going to make use of that option. Regular Cartesian, well, it's... Yeah, I mean, any printers are Cartesian, unless it's Delta, or... What's the circular ones? Sculpteo. Yeah, but Core X, the regular Cartesian, but it's not a bed slinger. Like the bed doesn't move back and forth. The bed just moves up and down. Okay. Polar, yeah, exactly. Polar, Delta, Scara. I mean, those are some way different architectures, but this is just Cartesian. X-axis stacked on top of a y-axis, and then the bed moves up and down. So pretty much, that's gonna be the next 7 hours, more or less. I guess I can just kind of get the focus back a bit more, maybe to there. And that should print a 2-colored tree frog in 7 hours and 6 minutes left. It's an HBOT. Well, HBOT implies that you have static x-axis motors, right? So Core XY is basically an improvement on top of HBOT, because HBOT had problems with racking, as in the x-axis going out of square. And yeah, HBOT still had static XY motors. So yeah, this is not an HBOT. It could have been a Core XY even. But, well, no, hold on. Could it have been a Core XY with 2 independent x-axes? Don't think so. Because well, you could do Core XY for like 1 toolet, but you'd still need 1 extra x-axis belt to run that second toolet. So you could have moved one of the motors off of the moving gantry, but yeah, I'm sure there's kinematic systems that would have done dual independent x-axes. Gets very complicated. Yeah, exactly. Spherical coordinate system printer. Well, that's called a Delta. That has triple spheres that are intersecting. Should be gorgeous, at least. Yes, that's the idea. So, I'm gonna set myself a timer on my Stream Deck to end the stream in like 7 hours or something. Why are you red though? Why are we getting dropped frames? Okay. Looks like it's coming back. Loud printer is loud, yep. It's a noisy boy for sure. Stream Deck. Create multi-action. And we're gonna do stop in like 8 hours. So we're gonna do delay. How many milliseconds is 8 hours? So 3,600 by 1,000 by 8. 28,800,000. So let's do 28,800,000. 800,000 second delay. That should be good. 8 hours. Minutes, hours, yep. Sounds about right. And OBS. Stream stop. Hold on, can we run another multi-action? Nah, too bad. Too bad. Okay. So basically, I press that button, and in 8 hours the stream is gonna end. Still on layer 1? No, we are on layer... I have no idea because the printer doesn't tell me. The printer tells me you have 6 hours and 58 minutes left. I don't know how accurate that is because that is exactly based on the estimate from Cura. But we have... Ooh, is that actually... Is that 30 grams plus 15 grams of prime? No. No, that's not priming. That's 30 grams from the left extruder and 15 grams from the right extruder. Okay. Okay. Will it... So this can go... You... And you... No, hold on. We need you... That should be it. Are we still in the first layer? No, layer 3, probably 3 or 4. Out of 177, so it's gonna be a while. Printer says 6 hours 57 minutes. It's gonna be a while. Anything else I have missed in chat? Sound is back. What? Was there a problem with sound? Was there a problem with sound? The sound was broken for a moment. Oh yeah, because okay, I was hiding the wrong angle. Okay. No, hold on. Oh, okay. So when same problem as before when I'm zoomed in and I'm hiding my second view, like we have no sound. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Yeet. Goodbye. So that's off to the side. I'm gonna reset the. I'm gonna need to reset the transform, but okay. Right. Okay. Thanks for that, Simone. Would have missed it. Okay, anything else you guys want to know that we've not discussed yet? Machine size, large. Print volume is 420 millimeters, 420 by 300 by 200 millimeters in size. So rather large, larger than most printers you can get right now. But the Z height is not all that big, but it's not a concern for me because I don't use the Z height on my printers all that much. Does the machine really rattle? Yes, especially on the first layer with the slower feed rates. It was having some resonance issues. What is the Wi-Fi dongle for? Wi-Fi dongle is for adding Wi-Fi to the printer actually, because this is using a single board computer on the inside that I believe is running the screen and is also running like the control for the printer, same as with the Ultimaker more or less. And you can plug that in, you get Wi-Fi, and you hook that up to your network and you use BCN3D Cloud with this printer through Wi-Fi, or it also has an Ethernet jack that you can just hook up to your regular home network by it, which I do prefer. Vorpal is asking, how is the Voron working out for you? It is working out fantastically. I've been printing extensively with it over the last couple of days, and I am very much liking the machine. It is a breath of fresh air when you can just when you have a new machine that you know is good, and it is also treating you well. Like, I can print 5 times as fast on this thing as I can on any other printer, and just thinking something up, designing it in Fusion and sending it off to the printer and having it done faster than faster than what my time effort was to design it. That is very nice because it means I can work on projects on the fly. Like, I can build something and I can see, okay, I need this part. For example, I need like this one battery cover that just clips over a battery module, and I can design it and I can print it. I can have it in 17 minutes of print time too. That is, I'm very much liking that. Voron still needs a bit of love, wire management, because it's not built exactly like to stock spec. So there are a couple of deviations from the very stock spec, so it still needs a bit of love, but I'm very much liking that printer. But it's also an expensive printer and it takes a lot of effort to build, so it's not for everyone, unfortunately. How different or improved does it look to you so far compared to the old Sigmas? Not that much, to be honest. It is very much still... So, if you put this in front of me and the old Sigma, which I do have, but I don't want to drag it in here because it's also huge and heavy. It has the same style frame. This is more similar to the older Sigmas than it is different, than it has changed. So, it's iterative improvements. Overall, it's very much a very similar machine in the end. So it's still very much a Sigma, and it's still got the interface still very much the same. I still do like the same things about it, and it's still pretty much got the same flaws. The bed has improved though. That is like a big one, and the hot ends I do assume are better than the old ones. Hot ends are definitely the extruders, which were a weak point on the 17. PC Burn, how could he have missed the Voron build? Like, that was 8 live streams over like 2 weeks. Come on, the channel was nothing else than Voron builds. Thank you for the 5, Derek. Hey, is Voron reliable? If so, is it an artifact of the builder or the design? Like, I mean, if you build a printer to spec, most of them are going to be pretty good. This one definitely is reliable. I would say it is a very reliable printer, but the thing is also that there are a lot of things that play together. Print profiles, how you did wire management to an extent, how you've set up your firmware, like those are all things that play into like how trustworthy your printer is going to be in the end. If you follow like the pure core experience on building a Voron, like I think it's gonna be a very good machine as well. So like if you're comfortable building that printer to spec, I think you're gonna end up with a very nice machine in the end. What are its competitors? What, of the Voron or of the Sigma? Sigma definitely Ultimaker. Like, this is a straight up knock, or not a knock, but a straight up competitor to the Ultimaker S, what are they called now? S3, 3S, 5, 5S. Straight up competitor to those. Just the dual extrusion, the entire experience and the entire way it's built and set up and sold, Ultimaker. So the Voron, I don't know. Ask chat. Hevert, Moldex, Rat, something. Plenty of others. Okay, and just as a, like, as something to close it out, no, the Voron is never going to run Clipper. I will never use Clipper on the channel because the way that you guys in chat and the way that my interactions with the Clipper community have been like, have completely turned me off the firmware. Like, I'm sure it is a fantastic firmware, it is probably a fantastic way to run your printer, but I have no interest in engaging with the, I'm looking there because that's where chat is, I have no interest in engaging a community that behaves the way that I've seen it behave during the Voron builds, on the Octoprint video, in chat now. I have zero interest in engaging with that. I have engaged with toxic communities in the past and I don't want to do that again. So, as much as I think Clipper is great, and as much as I think it's probably a great option for the Voron, you will never see it mentioned, you will never see it used on this channel. Okay, and I'm probably gonna put it as a blacklisted word in my YouTube community settings, which means it's gonna be blacklisted in chat, as well as in YouTube comments, because my only interactions with the word Clipper being used in chat or in the comments have been trolling, aggressive, just not positive. So it's not going, I like, whoever has been in chat completely turned me off of wanting to use that firmware. So sorry, but that's the way it is. So with that, completely childish. Yeah, chat's behavior has been completely childish, and I feel very sorry about that. Like, again, I think it's probably a great solution, but I just have no interest in engaging with everything that is attached to that. And I'm sure there are plenty of reasonable users there, and there's plenty of users that are using it, are happy with it, are helpful, but that's not the way that I've experienced it. So with that, to close that out, I'm gonna leave this stream going, and I'm gonna put it on that perspective. If you guys want to stick around, feel free to do so. The stream is gonna be running for another 7 hours until this thing is done. I will not be checking in on the printer. I will probably be watching my own stream for a bit and checking on the stream still running, but yeah, I'm gonna go to bed in a couple of hours and this printer's just gonna keep on running. So if you want to keep watching, do that. If not, I mean, do whatever you need to do. If you enjoy printer noise in the background, you do you. Thank you also to a couple of people that I missed in chat. John Stern donated $4. Donated, it's not a donation, it's a tip, right? I'm not a charity. But I do appreciate your donations, your tips. Thank you, John Stern, and thank you to, who else was it? Andy Pelletier and Andrew Rogers, who joined the channel as a member. Thank you very much for that. Also, thank you to every patron who's here. Thank you to every member who is in chat. Thank you to everyone who's watching and just hanging out and having a good time. I'm gonna put you guys onto the second perspective, and with that, everyone have a nice evening, day, Monday, work day. I don't know what you guys are up to. Don't watch my stuff while we're working. Don't get distracted. Have a great day, and goodbye. tricked you, I'm still here. Haha. Hammer of Doom. People will see you subscribe because this is a subscriber, or I turned the chat to subscriber only. Okay. Do I have to come back for Joel? Hey Joel, you missed everything. It's already over. You missed the entire unboxing, the entire online registration that you have to do for the printer to get it running at all. The noise, the resonances, it's dynamic drivers, but it's actually really loud. Bed leveling is pretty good though. But yeah, basically we're just watching the print finish for the next 6 hours and 30 minutes, which is gonna be like 5 a.m. here. So I've got my stream deck set to end the stream in like 7.5 hours from now, when I'm gonna be sleeping. So if you guys want to, you can watch this thing finish. So we're printing a not so small dual color frog, and I'm not here at all. I'm not here. Yes, Sam, I'm gonna put a photo up. Yeah, this printer is pretty loud. No doubt about that. Okay, I really need to stop this, but... So here's roughly 1 meter away, and we are at... 55, 56 decibels, but it is noisy. Like, I can tell you that much. It is a noisy little beast. But this time, like, for real, I'm gonna get out of here. Will I be leaving chat on? I don't know. I'm gonna keep. Before I go to bed, I'll check on chat and make sure that there's nothing too wild going on there. But yeah, thank you all for still being here. But this is me signing off for real now. Okay, bye everyone. I can't reach. Too short. Ah. Sorry. There. Okay, now we're off. Okay.